Hello, America, and the rest of the world. Hey, Az, how's it going? Robin! Well, that's good. Yeah, I'm on YouTube right now. I'm good. I just realized I forgot to post anywhere, which is just good. I've been tired these past few days. Yeah, I still do stuff on YouTube all the time. I just been having a little bit of a honestly, I haven't had any ideas for the past minute on what to do on YouTube. But yeah, I stream there. This is a dual stream with YouTube. 1 second. Forgot to update the thing. 1 minute. Give me a second. I want to do more stuff, just in general. I want to get back to my old schedule of live streaming, but I'm a little bit rusty here, so forgive me for that. Yeah. 1 second. Great post. Okay. Looks like I am. My least favorite thing is having to post everywhere because it's always annoying. Yeah. Maybe no. Maybe I'll trust them. I'm just gonna draw. Okay, enjoy your lurk. Okay. Okay. So, what is everybody doing these days? Well, working on the book, working on the Secret Other book, working on the third Secret Other book. Just slowly trying to get stuff done. I put up a little ad for my thing. Got some okay responses. Got a few followers from that. Need to start doing more serious content for it, but don't have any ideas right this second. I am so tired of this whole rigmarole. I used to be able to say that word, rigmarole, of like trying to sell this house. I'm just sick of it. I want it to be over with, but it is never ending, never ending. Gender fluid maitre d, I think is. Thank you, by the way, for the follow 2 days ago. So, but yeah. Well, I haven't. I've been just tired for the past few days, and it's been very frustrating. As, by the way, I guess if you want to make sure you see stuff, not to be cliche, uh, hit the bell, as they say. Yeah. Oh God, all the time, Robin, all the time. It's a non-stop comparison. Let me see if I can find one. This is an old book. Bet I can find a really fun new one. Oh, that's a funny one. That's a funny one. Let's see. This is from a few years ago. Yeah, I think I've improved. I think I've improved. Yeah, there's a bunch of other ones around here somewhere, but that would require me getting off this chair, and that's just not going to happen for a while. Yeah. Oh God, I'm so sick of trying to sell this house. I want to move on. I'm ready to move on. Sure. I don't know off the top of my head. I'm llama. I mean, that's pretty good. You're llama tastic. It's so bad. Puns are hard. Good llama. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, especially hard with like llamas. I keep trying to think of like Dalai Lama, a pun for the Dalai Lama, but that's not the same thing. Yeah, that works. God, I gotta get rid of that WhatsApp thing. That's good. People always appreciate baked goods, by the way. If you're having trouble thinking of something, just get them a cookie or something. They'll usually appreciate that. That is cute. They're very colorful. Do, do, do. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was just giving time. I usually get sick of it when it's like it's like covering my eyes and I can barely see anything. It's just like, oh my god, kill me. Yeah, it was just time. It was time to get rid of it all. Yeah. Yeah, and it was impossible to keep clean. And, you know, when I let it grow too long, my allergies will start acting up because you know what it's doing is it's picking up tons of pollen, you know, so it's like carrying the pollen with me at all times, which is might as well just like strap a cat to my nose, you know. For that to make sense, you have to know I'm very allergic to cats. Yeah, it does. I haven't drawn in a hot minute. I missed it. Not because I didn't want to, but more because well, it was more just because I keep falling asleep. I've been very tired these past few days. Everything's been making me just exhausted, and it's just like, ugh. Very frustrating. I get into like cycles of that where I'm just suddenly very tired for a couple of days, and it's just like, I don't know. I'm happy to just be doing some art. Missed it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's too easy for me. It's too easy. I just keep falling asleep. I'll do something and I'm like, no, I just need to lie down for a minute. frustrating. Yeah, I guess burnout is probably a good explanation for it. This is frustrating, man. Yeah, this is frustrating. I don't like it. I like to be busy. I like to be doing things because, I'm very antsy if I'm not in the middle of doing something. Nope. Oh, well, I mean, yeah. I do. I always forget I do. But it's not that. I have Crohn's disease. And Robin, let me explain something to you. Uh, Thank you for your sympathy, but uh, I need to explain something about my opinion on Crohn's disease. I never fucking want to ever talk about it because there will be points in my life where all anybody will do is talk to me about fucking Crohn's disease. And it is like driving knives through my ears. So, I've mentioned I have it, and we will not talk about it anymore after this, okay? Anything else but it. Okay, good. There was a point in my life I had a massive flare up. I didn't. Here's the thing. Okay, I know I said that, but I'll explain. I'll explain why I'm like this. I didn't know I had that until I was like in the middle of college, till I was 25, and I collapsed from pain. In the middle of class because of it. Well, to be fair, I kept collapsing in pain, and I could barely sit. Anyway, that wasn't fun. That wasn't fun. I didn't know I had it. I was just in such pain I could barely move. Turns out giant abscess in my thing, in my stomach from untreated Crohn's disease. What's funny is I was pretty sure I had it, and I even told the doctor I think I might have Crohn's disease, and like nobody would believe me for like a year until the pain just got so bad. But anyways, so like half of a year of my life was dominated by this pain, then a full year of my life was dominated by this. So for like about 2 years straight, all people would do is talk about Crohn's disease with me. It's like every day is Crohn's disease this, Crohn's disease that. And what becomes frustrating, and people who've had some chronic illnesses before can maybe relate to this, suddenly that's all you are as a person, is the chronic illness. And it's like, it's not even that much of a domination of my life. I have to like take some medicine for it every 2 months, but that's pretty much it. And it's like, there are ways in which people could just talk to me endlessly about it, and I just become that, and it's like I want to. It's not fun. I don't enjoy it. I do not enjoy it. I have so much in my life going on. I do so many cool things in my life, and that's people like talking to me about that. People just want to, certain people would just talk to me about that and only that, and it was fun. It was fun. Sarcasm. I'm being very sarcastic when I say stuff like that. It was not fun. It was the worst. I hated it every second of it. Those times, and that was like 2 or 3 years of my life was that. Was only that. I was only that, and that was not a good experience for me. So, I'll have to explain that. Anyways, I've been reading a book. I'm trying to do more reading. Yeah. Oh my god, Robin, it gets so bad. I once had these like horrible. Yeah, this. By the way, these are conversations that bring people in. Okay, whatever. I had these horrible red welts all throughout on my legs for a year. Could barely walk, could barely move. My joints were so stiff, I couldn't. My joints were so stiff, I essentially I couldn't walk. I had to be wheeled with a wheelchair. And then I couldn't eat. That was another big problem. I lost like 50 pounds in like a week because I was so hungry, but I couldn't get anything down because I had a fungus in my throat. And you know what they say to me? You know what they fucking say to me, Robin? When I go to the doctor and I say, hey, I can't move, I can't walk, I can't eat, I'm in nothing but pain. You know what they say to me, Robin? Oh yeah, you probably just have depression. I have, I have red pus sores all throughout my body that were not there a week ago, and I've lost like 50 pounds. What the fuck are you talking about, you idiot? Yeah. Yeah, I was probably, and you know what, Robin? They were correct. I kind of was depressed at that moment, Robin, because I kind of thought I was going to die. Yeah. You know, more acceptance of like mental health has been a good thing, I think, but it has now started a weird trend where I've noticed with several people, with doctors, of like they have serious medical issue. They have like serious like medical issues that need like medicine. Well, depression is a medical issue, but they have issues that need like real intense diagnosis, and they're like, it's just probably depression, or stress, or it's anything but do actual doctor work, which has been fun, which was a fun experience to go through. Yeah. Anyways. I got some positive responses when I posted the cover on YouTube. Yeah, except for the times where it is, well, depression, except for the times where it is depression, and then it's, no, I don't know if it's that. I don't know if it's that. It's always, yeah, anyways. Yeah, no, that was a good yeah, no, I'm happy for that. Some people are excited. People think it's an interesting idea. I'm happy for that. Probably should do something new to promote it. See, I knew the art. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, it's very easy to get depressed when you're sick, Robin. It's very easy to get depressed when you're sick. That is a common symptom of being. That is a common side effect of being very sick. Is you're very depressed. It's not that hard to achieve. Yeah, but yeah. So I gotta think of something new to. Yeah, yeah, new to do. Um, but promotion, what? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's very frustrating. That's very frustrating to hear that. Ugh. But you ever notice that when you do, like, it's just depression, they don't want to treat depression? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with people. I just don't know what the fuck is wrong with people. People have weird, fucked up things in their heads. Not depressed people. I'm talking about like doctors who just like don't seem to want to do any work whatsoever ever in their lives. That's not true. There are many doctors who risk their lives for years helping. I shouldn't say that. That's bullshit. But yeah. Oh, thank God we're off this topic. I'm not a huge. It makes me very uncomfortable to talk about these medical issues I have. I don't enjoy talking about them. Yes. Oh, tell me the weird interaction. Was it a guy being weird? How weird was it? Anyways, so but yeah, the cover is going really well. I think got some people interested in the story. People have always been interested in the story. All I've had to explain the premise, and people like it, which is good. Says something about writing or stories. If you can explain in one sentence, that's usually a story. By the way, Robin, if you had been able to release that book by the election, I could guarantee you that would have made $1 million. Anyways, yeah. Okay, that is fucking weird. That is fucking weird. I agree. That is a strange. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Is it an old couple just being weirdly generous? Is it? No, this that's weird. I agree with you. That is a strange. Is she young, your coworker? Is she like young and like they think like she doesn't have a place to stay, or like it might make sense if it's like a teenager who's pregnant and doesn't really have a place to stay, and like then they're being nice and offering her a. That's my only thought process. Uh, yeah, well, maybe that's the reason. Does she like have a like? Is she in a relationship with? I don't know. That might be it. They might be just trying to be nice. It still feels weird, right? Like it feels like there's official places for that now, but I don't know. Maybe not anymore. Who knows? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I agree with you. That is a strange interaction. Maybe they're super Christian, and they wonder like. Yes, they do sound strange. People are strange. People are strange. Yeah. Are you ready to subscribe to that? No, I think you are. I haven't done anything with my newsletter yet. I should. Yeah. I would imagine that's what it is. That's the most charitable guess I have, is that they're. That's my most charitable guess, is that they're trying to be nice in that way. Yeah, it is creepy. Have you done any writing as of late, Robin? How's that been going for you? Lately, I've been following like yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Lately, I've been following kind of writer art author tube drama. Apparently, there are several major author tubers who have written books. Yeah. Well, okay. Written books who have not who like give writing advice and have not really been have not really been following their own um it turns out not following their own advice, which has been very fascinating. Yeah. 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 It is a little bit, yeah, but it's especially weird that they explicitly ignore the advice that they do give people. And like the books, man, it's always such a bummer when a bot pops up because you're like, oh, hello, new person, bot. I, of course, now that I'm getting closer and closer to being able to release a book, it's still probably not going to be for a while, but but I am as close as I've ever been to it in my life, releasing a book. Yeah. Yeah, and here's my advice, Robin. Sincerely on all that, ignore all that shit because it's totally pointless and stupid. I tend to find author tubers are this is maybe gonna make sense. Kind of the equivalent of kind of like evangelical pastors, in that they've read a bunch of things, but they don't know any they don't have any like practical knowledge that could actually help you in your real life. But people are so obsessed with them that they'll just keep uh, like following their advice blindly. Is my general opinion. You know what I find actually helps? Here's what I find actually helps. Look for books that are bad. Well, look for books that are good. Read good books and try reading some books that are legitimately quite bad. And figure out what in your opinion the good book is doing correctly that the bad book isn't. And I've learned more by like trying to examine why a thing went wrong, and than like just like listening to generic advice. Because it's like, so many of them. Here's the thing: so many of them will just like repeat Stephen King's advice, and that'll be it. That'll be it. That's all they do. They've read On Writing by Stephen King, and that's the end all and be all. Oh, and they've watched Brandon Sanderson's. Well, then maybe you can't, Robin. Maybe you can't write a rough draft. Maybe instead swerve into that. Just sit there and try and write as good a draft as you can. Maybe you're the type of person who needs to sit there and plan to the nth degree. one of my problems with like these writing advice people is what I'm finding is they have found a method that kind of works for them, and then they are convinced that it will work for everybody. And I'm like, I don't think that's how it works. I do not think that's how it works. I think I don't think that's how it works, my buds. I think creativity is a much more personal thing. There is like, there is sacrifice of the ego and stuff like that. You know what helped me a little bit, Robin, and this might not help you, and you're ultimately going to have to go on your own path to figure it out, but what helped me with rough drafts is I realized that a rough draft don't even think of it as a draft. You're writing just a much more elaborate outline. And instead of writing like, okay, in this scene this should happen, you're kind of working out the beats of what will happen. You're kind of working out the beats of precisely what will happen in your story, in the scene. So does that make sense? Does that make sense? It's not so much that you're writing a new draft, it's that you're writing your next outline. Your first outline is figuring out what happens in your story. Your next outline is figuring out what happens beat by beat what happens in each scene. If that makes sense. Because I really found that, I really am finding that with like writing, is that, your first outline is your first draft really isn't a draft. It's just another more elaborate outline. Where you go like, okay, this is what I want to happen. These are the scenes I want to happen. This is the general tone and emotion I want. Yes. You are doing exactly correct. That would be a very good way. Well, yeah, that's part of it. Writing, you'll find out more about what your characters are like as you write it. Like, that's why, not to go too much into it, I dislike when there are certain writing tubers out there, and people will know who I'm talking about, who like say that you should like pathologically stick to your outline, and that's bullshit. Your outline is a guide for generally how you want to go, and nothing, and it always changes when you actually start writing. And once you figure out how the characters work more, you should mess with the story to figure that out. If you're going to use an outline, you can't be 100% married to that outline. Because as you're writing, you're just going to figure things out. You're going to figure out what actually works as a story beat a little bit more. You know what I mean? It's like, it's dumb. It's dumb. I'm sorry, person I'm talking about. It's a dumb way to approach writing, and maybe that's why you got such shitty reviews. I say as a person who is absolutely terrified of shitty reviews. Oh, it's not to, it's I'm talking about a specific person who I've grown to find quite annoying. I am looking for beta readers at the moment, so I'd ask you, Robin, but you're busy, so I don't want to. I don't want to force you to do stuff you don't have time for. Oh, hey, Robin. Uh, can I plug a friend of mine? I've made a new friend. And they're getting close to 50 followers. AI is bad at writing a lot of things. Yes, but they are particularly bad at writing jokes. Yeah, they're getting close to 50 followers, so if you want to give them a follow, that would be appreciated. They're very nice. They're very nice. I want to make sure to help them out. Yeah. I am trying to stream more. I kind of let it go by the wayside. One thing I've just definitively discovered is I just do more writing off stream nowadays. I have trouble focusing doing writing on stream. I started this to kind of force myself to do writing, and now I'm in the spot where I am doing a lot of writing. I'm having trouble focusing on it, focusing on doing what initially the point of the stream was. Like, I wrote most of my book off stream. I've written some of it on stream, but I've wrote most of it off stream. And anyway. So, I think. Ugh, I don't care. I find myself, I'm so apathetic to popular movies these days. I so don't give a shit. There's a new, Bong Joon Ho released a new movie, which I'm surprised is released post Oscars, but whatever. I really want to see that. I like his stuff. Mickey 17. Yes, I'm very excited to see that. I'm surprised that was. But don't spoil anything. I assumed. I am surprised that it was released post Oscars. Is what that feels like a very strange move because. Yeah. That's usually a good way to go into a movie. I want to see I want to see the Andorra, the thing that won this picture. I ended up really liking Conclave. I think that's probably so far my favorite movie of the year that I've seen. I honestly, like, can I be honest with you, Robin? I give so little shits about what's going on with the Marvel Universe right now. I really do. Don't really care. Like, I hear news about it and it's not that I hate it or anything. It's just like, I just don't care anymore. It's a shame because I really do like superhero stuff, but I'm just so bored. Like, don't tell people that. Oh, about Marvel stuff, like Marvel movies. I do not care. I do not care. Really don't. I'm bored. I'm excited for the new Superman movie. Well, in sports, Robin, we call this a rebuilding period. But I'm excited for the new Superman movie, Robin, not because necessarily because of Superman. It's just because I like James Gunn as a director and a writer. I'm excited to see him do a Superman movie. Anyways. Robin, we call this a rebuilding period in sports talk. I say it like I know everything about sports, but ad is going on right now. Yep, that's why I'm not saying anything. Okay. So, Robin, it's called a rebuilding period, which is where all the big players have moved on or retired, and it's time to start up with a new team, basically. Here's my thing. Let me throw out a proposal. I think the Marvel Universe should have taken a break for a couple of years. Not for like 10 years, but like for 2 or 3 years after Endgame. Let that be the big finale, and let everything go to sleep for a year or two, and then bring it back. I mean, the real problem, I'll throw it out there, is I just don't. Besides, like, say, Spider-Man and. I mean, the real judgment for how the Marvel Universe is going to go in the future is if X-Men does well, but how they'll handle X-Men in the future, because I think that's going to be where a lot of the big money will come from as of late. But I don't know. I just don't care. I've been actually reading more books lately, Robin. I have been reading more books. That is just a fundamental true thing about me. I've been reading a lot more lately. Mostly books about old wrestling, but I've been reading very old fantasy books from like the 1800s. It's been a very interesting experience. Um, yeah, it turns out there was fantasy stuff before Professor Tolkien started. I love Lord of the Rings. I don't know if I'm being like mean about that, but I've always known that there was like fantasy before Lord of the Rings, and like people have just like. And one of the frustrating things about Lord of the Rings was it kind of dismissed all previous fantasy. Like suddenly everybody just stopped caring about every other bit of fantasy, except maybe like Conan. But even then, that's like for the hardcore fans, really. Like post Lord of the it was post Lord of the Rings it was Lord of the Rings and the rest of fantasy, and maybe like, maybe like, what am I thinking? Oh, Chronicles of Narnia. Whenever I think of Chronicles of Narnia, I always go, the Chronicles! What? The Chronicles! What? Of Narnia! That is my first thought. I will never be able to not think that. We might be getting Daniel Craig as Aslan, which is interesting. I mean, good pick. It's just interesting. Probably not like a super amount of work, honestly, for Daniel. He just has to voice him. Not that isn't work, but it's like 2 or 3 days worth of work, where everybody else has to do like a year worth of work. So. Yeah. But anyway, so I've been reading. It's called the King of Elfland's Daughter is what it's called. It's by Lord Darcy. What? Duncey, the King of Elfland's Daughter, and it's very good. It's very poetic. It's very beautiful. And if we're looking at really the true creator of like European fantasy, he might actually be the real father of it, and not so much the professor. Just from the fact that he started at least 20 years earlier than him, was doing similar ideas. But anyways, Tolkien had bigger ideas. It had a much slightly more epic idea than some of the other guys did. Because it wasn't just... Anyways, I could go on. See, Lord of the Rings isn't just a fantasy. It's an attempt to create a coalesced like fantasy mythos for England. It's what is it? It's a Finnish book called the Crovoluta. Forgive me, Finnish people, including the one Finnish guy, the Emperor of Finland, who pops up here. Tolkien had read that, which does a similar thing, and Tolkien had read that, and he was very inspired by that idea, and he's like, well, I want to do that for England. So that's kind of the inspiration for Lord of the Rings. Anyways. At some point I have to write a superhero story. By the way, I have a take on the superhero genre that I think people might be interested in. But one, I don't think people will see coming, and two, I think could work really well. But I have to actually sit down and write that idea, and I'm distracted with the fantasy stuff at the moment. I figured. We call that in the business, Robin, constructed world fantasy. That's pretty much almost most fantasies. It's constructed world fantasy, where it's a totally different world. Yeah, fuck Earth, right? We haven't been doing so well. Have you ever read I have a feeling, Robin, you might like Brandon Sanderson's writings. You might like the Mistborn stuff. Or Discworld. Discworld would probably be up your alley. Or mine when it comes out, whenever that is. This is the... Hey! How's it going? Good, just streaming. Are you tired right now? I'm just wondering if that offer is still on the table. Okay, thank you. Dinner. This is the offer. Dinner. This is the dawning of Aquarius. Aquarius. What's your favorite Wrecking Crew song? Mine is Dawning of Aquarius. Dawn of Aquarius. Do, 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 do. Yes. Oh, that's embarrassing. I'm gonna keep drawing, by the way, until dinner arrives, and then if I have energy left, I'm gonna switch to doing writing. Yay! Now that makes it look more realistic. The the flaws make it look real. Robin, the flaws make it look real. Yep. Yep. Humor, it's almost like humor is an innate human quality that cannot be emulated by an evil machine. That's fun. That's a fun. It's almost like humor is an innate human quality that cannot be imitated by a machine. Boo. Do it. Do it. Oh yeah, no, no, just listening to stuff. Yeah, not nearly cool enough to pull that off. Okay. No, I could not. Oh, I'm just watching a show. Not be. I find when you try and stream, it's usually good to have something to listen or watch. Because there will be long moments of silence, and you might as well not drive yourself. I, I ended up. I'm rewatching Arrested Development. I loved that show so much as a kid, which is a very which is not exactly wasn't exactly appropriate for kids, but I did really like it as a kid, and I'm just rewatching it because screw it. Some clips started popping up on YouTube. I rewatched them. I'm like, oh, that's funny, and then I was like, why not? Why not just rewatch it again? Did you ever see Arrested Development? Some controversies later in the cast life, which is a bummer, but really good show. It's kind of like it's funny that in like some ways like it's like Succession, which is like was the popular show was essentially this. So it's about okay, so it's about this rich family, the Bluths, and the patriarch of the family, George Bluth, gets arrested by the feds for embezzlement. So it falls to one of the sons to try and like save the family as everybody is falling into ruins. And it follows his attempt to like just like cream these like kind of stupid and selfish people who have never really worked a day in their lives into sort of a manageable group, and it's really funny. It's on Netflix. A lot of quite dark jokes at times, but anyways, um, I've always had an idea for like basically a Fantastic Four parody, which would take a lot of inspiration from it. So I've always had this idea for a Fantastic Four parody, and the basic premise is the equivalent of Mr. Fantastic gets arrested for embezzlement, and it falls to the rest of the family who are kind of like these incompetent idiots to like try and like be superheroes again. I did. Very. Schitt's Creek has a lot in common with Arrested Development. They have their. Yes, I did. I like Schitt's Creek quite a lot. I thought that was a very good show. I fundamentally prefer watching real TV to YouTube videos, and I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos as of late, and It's been nice to actually watch real TV with like jokes and stuff instead of. It's just your. Yeah. Well, it's because it doesn't. You know what it is, Robin? I'm going to throw it out there. It's because it feels bad to be on your phone while watching TV. That's why. Because YouTube you don't care about, so you can just be on your phone. Yeah. Yeah, but you're not doing anything. You're not doing things with people, anyways. I've grown to kind of hate social media, by the way. I want to get back to appreciating like the actual TV and movies. Like, I was, yeah, yeah. And it's free. That's the other thing, Robin. It's free to watch. That's an important. That's a much more important aspect than I think people will give it credit for. It's free. It's a free thing to watch. Yes. But you walk away happier. Being happy takes time and is an investment. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes. Should pursue that more. Just look for good things. I don't know what to say, Robin. I don't know what to say. It's the thing. I don't know. I saw Conclave like the last movie I've seen is Conclave, and I saw that like 3 weeks ago, and I still think about that. It's still flashing in my head, like stuff I thought about, and it's like I thought that was such a good movie, and I was like, and the thing about it is, but that it sticks with me so much more. Like good movies and shows stick with me so much more than just random nonsense. YouTube, it's this, it's just like goes in, goes out. I don't think about it the next day. It's potato chips. It's potato chips. It's not real food. And you need potato chips every once in a while, but you can't just like you die if you just ate potato chips. Yeah. That's what it. Mm-hmm. Yes, Robin. I get the idea of what a YouTube video is. Trust me, I also do that. But what I'm saying though is it is fundamentally on its core unfulfilling. It is an unfulfilling experience to just constantly look for background noise to distract instead of things to engage. There is trying to live your life and trying. There's living a life and getting through a life, and one is preferable to the other. Why do I even try to? I always find brims of hats. I always find very difficult to draw. Bad. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you, thank you. I don't look like a crazed mountain man anymore. I look like a human being from the real world. Thank you. We all are adapting mountain man-esque behavior. Should. What are we all doing living in society when mountains are there? We could all be heading towards the mountains right now. Make friends with the animals. Friends are food. Um, Bat Tree. I don't know if you've ever heard of this. I would call him a philosopher more than anybody. Also known as the Joker. And he has this whole thing he talks about a lot about how, we live in a society. Yeah, we actually. You'd be surprised how we actually live in one. Yeah, right? To take a normal person and make them a Joker. It's so easy for the Joker to, like, infect the Joker's mind. Yeah. Alan Moore wrote that. One will arise. Well, maybe not the Batgirl part, but yeah, that's the real awkward. That's a real awkward part in that one. That's very much Alan Moore's. Maybe Alan Moore needed to be reined in just a little bit. He's even said that in retrospect. He kind of wishes somebody had reined him in when he did that part. There we go. I mean, it did lead her to becoming the Oracle, which was which was a pretty good character development. I shouldn't complain. God, how terrible was Dan DiDio? Yeah. Isn't later period DC Comics just so fun? It's so fun to read later period DC Comics. It's so fun. It's so fun to read them. I love them so much. I like that. I like that. That's the environment that they took. Dan DiDio, man, Dan DiDio and Jeff Johns together made the best comics. Ugh. I can't stand Jeff Johns. Well, none of you read comics, so you don't know who Jeff Johns is, but I've never been able to stand Jeff Johns as a writer. I always thought he was such a hack. Oh no. It's partly because of him. I swore to never. I swore. I was into. See, the thing is, as a kid, I was into like Spider-Man comics mostly. Let's see, what comics was I into as a kid? I do know who T is. Yes, I follow T. I follow them. Yes, I do. I'm aware of who T is. Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to remember which comics I really liked when I was a kid. Yes. I'm the Batman, obviously. Tree, I'm the Batman. If Robin's Robin, then I'm clearly the Batman. Yeah. Well, the Joker likes Bruce. You know, some could argue that the Joker is just desperately trying to win Bruce's approval. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Yeah. Haha. Yes. What comics have you been reading lately? See, the thing with me in comics is I'll get very obsessed with them for a while, then stop reading them, then get very obsessed again, then stop reading, then get very obsessed again. I'm kind of at a stop reading point. You should, Robin. Subscribe to Marvel. I'll throw this out there, Robin. If you want, just subscribe to Marvel Unlimited. It is, I forget how much it is. I forget how much it is, but it's essentially a Netflix-like service, and you get access to pretty much every Marvel comic in existence. And the new ones are available like a month later. Oh, I've always been more of a Marvel guy than a DC guy. I just think there's more consistency. I would argue that DC fundamentally, when they're on, that I. So my theory. Okay, here's my theory about Marvel versus DC. And this is a big idea. I think Marvel does better ongoing series, where DC does better individual stories, if that makes sense. Like Marvel's strength is it's like it's very good at doing like kind of ongoing issues, whereas like DC will like DC's ongoing stuff can honestly be pretty weak, but they'll pull out like these single stories that are like just amazing. And that's not necessary, you know, and that's not a hard and fast rule. DC has had several very good ongoing series, whereas Marvel has had every once in a while a good individual series. But it's like, okay, like what's one of the better DC series that's came out recently? I'll throw this out there. The best thing DC has done in the last like 4 or 5 years has been a Supergirl comic called has been a Supergirl arc called A Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, and it involves Supergirl going into space and killing and getting being hired to hunt down a space criminal. It's pretty darn amazing. So amazing that they're basing the Supergirl movie off that. Run. Yeah. Has Marvel ever done anything at Steampunk? No, not really. See, here's my theory. Here's my thing. Um, no, 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 no. See that? See, you gotta read. You gotta read this comic. It's called Bat. It might be turning into. They might have made it in. They might make it a prequel for the movie, but in the comic, it's called Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, and what happened? The plot kind of kicks off in that Supergirl turns 21 and she wants to get drunk, but she can't do that on Earth. So she flies deep into space so that she can be in a planet with a red sun, so she can actually experience alcohol. And from there, she gets kind of recruited into a whole caper. The money you have to spend? Yeah, I agree. I agree, Bat. The money. Money is a good reason why. Now, of course. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. It's called DC Infinite. DC Infinite. Hello, Mother. Hello. Lovely. Thank you very much. Yes, if you could grab me one, that would be great. Yes, pretty much all of it. Oh, it's dinner. Woo! Yes. DC Infinite is what you're looking for, Bat. It has pretty much every comic. There's some stupid tiers that annoy me with that, but and of course, there aren't pirated scan sites that you could also just visit to read most comics. Those don't exist at all. Guten Tag, Mother. Guten Tag. Yeah, no. It's a crime. It would be a crime to do that, so don't do that. Yeah, no. Obviously, you're a good boy. We're all good boys. We're all good people here. Mm-hmm. Honestly, just type in read online for free, or Comic Scans. I believe it's comicscans.com is one of them. There's a few running around. There's one that you cannot visit without ad blockers, because it will fuck up your computer. They always have like a million ads on it. It's very annoying. I usually listen, and I say this as a person as somebody who pays for both of those services. I don't feel bad. Partly, half the reason I have to use those is because they're not available anywhere else besides the scan sites. Like
Like I try and be honest and legitimate, and then they're never available anywhere besides the scan sites, which is very frustrating. And these are usually kind of like important issues, like first appearances or something. Like, not to criticize DC Infinite, but I find it's very poorly organized. It's very frustrating.
No, that's fine. I agree. Okay, so why do we buy things? Why do we buy art? Here's a philosophical question, Robin. Why do we buy art to begin with? Yes, but who do we want to support? We want to support the creator of that art so that they can continue to devote their time and resources to creating that art without having like other things in the way, right? Like, that's why we're doing it. So the question is, and you have to ask yourself this, if you buying something means that the money will not go to them, but go to the big corporations, big companies, is that really supporting the artist? You know what I mean? Comic companies famously quite screw artists and writers over all the time. Yeah. So my theory, so I'll throw this out there. My general thought process is it an indie publish, is it a small press indie publisher, or is it a creator owned series? Then, maybe try and find a way to support it legally. But is it like fucking Marvel, which is owned by Disney, the biggest media conglomerate in the world? They'll be fine, trust me. They'll be fine. They'll be fine if you didn't buy like brand new superior brand new amazing spectacular superior Spider-Man number 15. Trust me, they'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. That's where I think piracy is sleazy. Realistic, it can be quite sleazy. Is when you like the small independent guy. Exactly. Because remember, the co-creators of Fantastic Four, the creators of Superman, Fantastic Four. Yeah, so I always have like a real mixed feeling about piracy, but lately, I'm going to be honest, like that. Lately, I've been coming around to it because, like, to me, like there are now shows and movies out there that don't exist if not for piracy. You know what I mean? Like Gravity, not Gravity, Infinity Train was a fucking great show that Cartoon Network produced. And you cannot get it anywhere except piracy because of stupid tax reasons. So fuck it. Fuck them, right? Who's seen, Nosferatu? The original silent Nosferatu, Bram Stoker estate sued it for copyright violations, and it would have been lost. It would have been lost forever if somebody hadn't pirated the original copy. We only still have one of the most important films of the silent era because somebody pirated it. So fuck it, I don't care. I'm not exactly gonna lose sleep that like. I'm not exactly gonna lose sleep that like. Who's the idiot? Roger Zaslav can't make another couple billion by screwing everybody over. Fuck him. When Acme versus what is it? Coyote versus Acme. If it gets leaked to the public, I'm gonna download that shit the second it comes out. Yeah. Exactly. That's the thing, and it used to be. I'll throw this out there. It used to be streaming was a pretty reasonable compromise. I know this is hard to remember, but back when streaming started, it fucking ruled because you could pretty much watch everything for a reasonable price again. And to me, like piracy was almost totally killed by streaming initially. Because suddenly it became very reasonable to yeah. I agree. And the thing is, screw Netflix. But again, if it's like a small indie guy, and it's just them, even I would say like there's a lot of comics that are creator owned. But, like, come on, don't be a cheapskate. Support them. Like the point is, we're supposed to screw over corporations, not artists. You know what I mean? It's noble to. Because at that point, it's kind of simple economics. Because, like, heck, even, like, I'll throw this out there. The movies aren't what they really make the money off of, usually. Like, movies are usually, like, secondary to profits. Like, do you know how much, like, they make off of, like, toys and merchandise and all that stuff? Multiple billions. Oh, Bat, by the way, were you around when I revealed the cover for my book? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't draw this, by the way. I hired a really cool artist to draw this for me. 1 second. Boop. Let me find it. Oh. Here we go. Coronation of the Skull Queen. That's the front cover and the back cover. Have I told you about this book? It's about an orc pro wrestler. Anyways. Yeah. I'm excited. Mm-hmm. Night, Robin. Yeah, thanks. I mean, I didn't do it. Somebody else did it for me, but now I got to make sure the book lives up to the cover. Although the current quality of books, honestly, is some books, not all books. I shouldn't say that. I hate when people go like, "Oh, it's everything's worse these days." I am of the opinion I've gotten that we probably aren't in an artistic high period for like several mediums, including books. But who knows? Maybe this current crop of books will be like considered masterpieces. Yeah. Ooh. I don't think I've read that one. See, I've been reading mostly like history books as of late. But it's been very I don't think I have. What's this one about? Tell me about it. See, it's but you don't understand that. It's been very important for me to learn the history of the fall of the territory system of professional wrestling in the U.S. I needed to learn how that worked. That does sound interesting. I may have. You know what? I believe I've read the first book. I may have, in fact, read the first book of this. I think I know what the story you're talking about. It's been a while. I have the Deseret series. Yeah, we had some good. There's some good, strong fantasy books out of the '80s. I have been reading The King of Elfland's Daughter. Which is a fantasy book from the 1890s, so... And it's one that predates Tolkien. Get back into it! You should get back into it. You'll be surprised how good it makes you feel.
It is funny how
I mean, not to speak out of school, but I tend to listen to audiobooks while I draw. That's usually a good time to do something, is to draw and listen to an audiobook. Yeah. I've been physically reading too. I'm reading a book called Nine Goblins, which is a book. Would you be surprised? It's a book about these 9 goblins. Mm-hmm. It's really funny, actually. It's by an author by the name of T. Kingfisher, who is it's my understanding she's also a children's author who writes under a different name. She wrote the book Ella Enchanted, but this one's really funny because it's like I just started it, but it's like one of my favorite little bits is like there's this goblin who's like super smart and knows how to build things, but nobody trusts him because goblins don't trust technology that doesn't blow up and kill them as well. It's like, how do you know it? Like, how can you be sure it's good if it doesn't also kill you? Goblins just don't trust those sorts of things. Don't trust technology that doesn't explode amongst the second it's used. Exactly. Or the fact that the goblin generals all wasted money on fancy overcoats, so they can't afford uniforms. So they just have to wear loincloths. It's a really funny book. It, it has a very like Terry Pratchett esque, Terry Pratchett, Douglas Adams esque, uh, absurd logic to it that I really like. See, my favorite books as a kid were always like kind of like okay. My favorite books as a kid were always like kind of comedy humor books. I always liked humor. If you really want to read a really funny book, look up a book called "The Time Machine Did It." It's by a writer named John Schwarzenheimer. Let me pull up. Let me read a little bit of it again. It's one of the funniest books I've ever read. Ah, here it is.
Frank Burley is my name. Okay, it's not my name. I lied about that. My name is Edward R. Torgenson Jr. I changed it for business. You gotta have a tough sounding name if you want people to hire you as a private detective out of a phone book. I chose one that would give prospective clients the idea that I was a burly kind of man. The kind of man who would have their strength who would have the strength and endurance to solve their cases for them. And who would be frank with them at all times. Yes, he did. Hence the name. As my exciting story opens, I'm being punched in the stomach. I guess a lot of stories start that way. Most of mine do anyway. The guy who was punching me was a lot burlier than I was, so it hurt plenty. But I tried to pretend it didn't bother me at all, that I actually liked it. It was hard to do this convincingly, because he had knocked the wind out of me there, so all I could do was smile and wink and give him thumbs up while I waited to be able to breathe again. He thought I was making fun of him and started punching me in the stomach harder. Meanwhile, I was not any closer to getting my breath back. Some days are like that. Yes, John Schwarzenheimer is maybe one of the great Simpsons writers. Maybe one of the all-time greatest Simpsons writers. There's a few guys that rank, up there with like Conan and stuff like that as one of the all-time great writers. Schwarzenheimer is kind of famous for being a very obscure figure, kind of a recluse in a lot of ways. He doesn't. He's only ever given one interview in his life, and by the time he about halfway through working for The Simpsons, he was writing. He didn't go into the room anymore, and he would just appear. He would just write the episodes from home. There's a legendary story that he always used to write them at a certain diner, and he really loved. And when the diner when the diner closed down, when they banned smoking at the diner because he smokes apparently like a chimney stick. He just bought his favorite booth and continued to work from home. Yeah, but yeah, he's never appeared. There's only one recording of his voice, and it's when he got kind of stuck. They kind of caught him during a DVD commentary. But he's one of those kind of legendary Sasquatch figures in writing. Yeah, right. Isn't that great? He's just like, yeah, I'll just take it home. It's really the book, by the way, is also really funny if you read it. When you read it in Homer Simpson's voice, because then you can really feel the Simpsons-esque writing come through. I wish I could do a Homer Simpson's voice. The case the case I was working on wasn't a criminal case or anything glamorous like that. Tato! Whoa. How's it going, Tato? Good to see you. No, he doesn't. And as you should know, they never write dough in the script. It's always annoyed grunt. How's it going, Tato? Good to see you. I don't know this. I don't know this. I don't know this bit of internet speak. That was a Dan Castellaneta.
invention. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, to be fair, I'd kind of I stepped away from doing them for a while. Oh yes, yes. Hey, Tato. You want to see something cool? I have the I have the cover for the book I've been working on, and you want to see it? Wonderful, wonderful. Bang! There it is. Coronation of the Skull Queen by Sean Arnold. Doesn't it? Doesn't it look beautiful? I'm really quite proud of it. And back cover. Right? There we go. I didn't do this, by the way. I hired somebody to do that for me. But, right? Doesn't she look great? Yes. Yes, it is fire. Now, hopefully the words inside will match up to the pictures outside. That's my girl. It's strange. It's strange to see a character you've been writing for about a year displayed visually. Oh, thank you. I've got notes back on it. I've gotten my first round of notes back on it, so I'm just waiting for a few other people to give me their notes, but it'll probably take time. It's very nice to write. It's very nice that people seem to like a book when people seem to like the thing you're writing. I think, not to brag, it will be one of the best books about an orc who becomes a pro wrestler of all time. Tato, I'm pretty sure about that. Theoretically, maybe the only book about this very specific subject. I'm not sure.
Yes, very likely the best one out of the genre. So, Tato, how have your days been treating you? Oh, thank you, thank you. Uh, I will sooner rather than later be having my. If you're curious in supporting me earlier, I will be releasing like little mini stories through my website set in the same world. So, if you're not following the newsletter already, what show was it? What show was it? Yeah. Oh, that's bull. How dare they not produce? Tato, you have a very good taste. I love Severance. That's one of my favorite shows. Very good pick for a TV show. Yes. Oh right, did I do that bit on you? It's so funny how people haven't so many people don't catch on to that's what I'm doing. I'm a little bit behind. I don't want to spoil it, but I'm a little bit behind. But it's a good show, right? Yes. You've picked you have excellent taste in television there. I love that show. What are you talking about? All I'm getting them to do is test. So if you haven't been around for this little bit, I do. If you haven't got this little bit, I do on every once in a while, is I'll ask people, hey, it just does that. I don't have control over it. It replaces certain words with emojis. I don't know which ones do it. I probably should switch over to YouTube since that's where most people are right now. Let's see. Let's see. I'm excited. Will it replace it with an emoji or will it not? Come on. Nope, it didn't. Strange. Very strange. I agree. Very strange indeed. So, what inspired you to watch that show? I'm curious. Just sounded cool? Oh, good. Good on you, Dad. Good on you, Dad. That show blew my mind. Oh, and the twist. I haven't caught up with season 2 yet. I've been lazy with season 2, but the twist at the end of season 1 where
don't want to spoil anything, but Mark, we learned a secret about who Mark's wife is that I did not see coming. Right? She's alive. What's Newtopia? Ah, cool. But is it Severance? The only modern show I'm interested in is... No, I should watch more shows. Ooh, very interesting. It's a very good show. Okay, Severance is... Yes, it's very mind-bendy. Tato, you want to try and explain it to Bat over here what Severance is? Okay. Okay, so Severance takes place in kind of a near future, I assume. And major corporation, the Lumen Corporation, major company Lumen, has invented a new method, a new type of worker, the severed worker. And what it is you get a surgery. Yeah, you get a surgery. You get a surgery, and once you enter a certain floor, you forget everything that has ever happened in your personal life, and the only thing you can remember is your job. But the trick is, the second you leave your job, you forget everything that's happened at work. Yeah, you essentially sever you sever your brain. Two different versions of yourself with two different memories. Yes. Except the office job the job that they're doing is a little bit more complicated than what you think it'll be. It's not necessarily it's not necessarily it's not necessarily a normal job. Yeah, they're doing some sus things down there. That's a good way to describe it. It's brilliant. Hello, Nevermore. Exactly. Good seeing you, Never. What was the movie, Bat? How has it been going? How is it going on this fine and lovely day? How long have I been on for? 2 hours? Okay, I can go longer. It is a very trippy show. Yeah, you'd be surprised how intense that one little plot point, how very wrong that one little idea can like drive people. How to what weird spots that one little idea can take. Tato, did you catch Keanu Reeves in the second season premiere? Somebody else who I know is watching the show didn't notice that Keanu Reeves was in it. That's a good question. I don't know. Don't. Um. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Tato's young, by the way, guys. Tato's young. Be cool. I'm trying to think where you may have seen him. Did you see The Matrix? Have you seen the Matrix movies? Neo. The main guy in that, Neo, is yeah, the main guy, Neo. Honestly, that's all you need to see. I'm gonna throw it out there. That's you only really need to see the first one. He voices the building. He voices the building in the stop motion cartoon thing. Fun fact: I was at the. Yes. Yeah, I always love when it does weird little animations. It's always so weird. Yes. Well, you know that movie was rotoscoped, right? So he's actually like that's his performance. He doesn't just voice it; he also is the like physical person there. Yes, I love that movie. Such a good movie, A Scanner Darkly. Uh, very adult movie. I just realized. Scanner Darkly might be one of my favorite movies. Honestly, I go back and forth. It's definitely on my list. Yeah. It's not just. I mean, it's animated, but it's rotoscope. So what they did is they filmed the movie and then they animated over it. Can't go wrong with Richard Linklater. By the way, I'm going total. I think I'm on like the third episode of the second season. I've just been busy these past few weeks. Yeah. Well, the fact that he is a real crazy conspiracy theorist is really is a lot. Not a good dude, unfortunately. Alex Jones, a very bad dude. I think I'm on episode 3. Listen, there's been nonstop renovations happening in my home at the moment. So it's been a little bit hard for me to sit down and focus on much of anything. Yeah, that's the problem. He's funny to laugh at, but it's like And he like I don't. Anyways, I don't want to really talk about Alex Jones because he says some truly like really bad stuff. Um, at one point, it was funny to laugh at him. He was kind of just an absurd figure to laugh at, and then people started to take him very seriously. And now he's it's not super fun anymore. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. Anyways, um, yeah. Knowledge fight, right? That's a good. I like that podcast. Yeah, no. Well, okay, if we want to get dark, Alex Jones is one of the main guys behind the Crisis Actor conspiracy theory. Um, and what the Crisis Actor conspiracy theory is, and I don't want to go too far into it because it's really quite awful, is that all school shootings are fake and that the parents are liars and actors, and it's because of Jones that there is now a dedicated subgroup of people who will harass uh, who will spend their lives harassing parents whose children were shot in school shootings and send them like death threats and stuff. Yeah, so not a good dude. Not a good dude, Alex Jones. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that. Anyways, um, I'm sorry to hear that. Never. Good. 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 Good that they fired the guy, though. I'm glad. I imagine. Isn't it disgusting when people just behave immaturely? Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we're all. Yeah, I'm just going off of imagination right now. I'm not thinking. I'm not. I have. There's an idea in my head for something I'm working on. Yeah. Well, some people just want to be jerks, and they'll try uh, and they'll try and sense like weakness in people, and they'll try and exploit that. That's what they'll do. Red with gold. Yeah. You know what I found with like people is they look for weak people that they can bully. So weaker people that they can bully around, and that's just how they have. That's how they have fun. Is they try and find a weak person to uh, bully. Yeah, it's a weird. Yep, that's what it is. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they wouldn't mess with you if they thought you would fight back. Yeah, exactly. They want easy targets that they can quickly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not. Like people try and say like, oh, it's so jealous. They're not jealous. They're like weak. They're people. They hate you because they think you're weak and they want to prove something. Yeah. Oh, they interpret that as weakness. They'll interpret it as weakness. Yep, exactly. They are. They are. But I'm glad that they screwed around and they found out. I'm glad that they screwed around and they found out what they tried to be big tough guys and they screwed around and they found out what happens in a functioning society when you try and do something like that. Yeah, I mean it happens. It's still annoying. It still sucks. I mean, I've been harassed before, not to that extent, but I've had to deal with like weird, shitty people, weird, bad people. I didn't curse. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know. It can't be fixed all the time. Never. It just can't be. Well, it's kind of this. People have these weird like it's these. I don't know. I don't know what the particular situation was, but sometimes I notice people play these weird like games where it meant and there's these weird like respect games that people play where they try and like it, yeah. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Like some people are obsessed with like creating a pecking order. Essentially, it's what I've noticed. Where it's like you have to predispose. You have to figure out like they want to figure. Yeah, yeah, but it's what I mean by that is like they want to part of. So what I've noted, this is just a theory. Okay, Tato, it was really good talking to you. Happy you're enjoying quality television, Tato. You've picked a good show to be into. Uh, Tato, have you ever seen the X Files? If not, you should probably watch it. You'd probably like that one too. Okay. So what was I saying? Okay, so I have the theory that what a lot of people like to do is like subconsciously they want to figure out who's the leader of certain groups. There's people who kind of have this idea of like figuring out who the leader of every group is. So what they'll do is they'll play kind of games with everybody, like pecking order games with everybody to determine it. And it's this sort of subconscious thing where it's like they want, and these are usually, by the way, jerks who do this, but there are people who want to be in charge of every situation, and what they'll try and do is like play pecking order games. Yeah, exactly. Pecking order games to figure out who's the one who's actually in charge. And I always interpret those people as, oh, why is that? Yeah, allow. Pricks. There's another word for that, pricks, because they always want to make sure that you know that they're in charge, even when they're not in charge, even when they're kind of dim people. Yeah. I mean, I usually. The thing is, I can recognize. I'm usually good at recognizing when people are trying to do that now, and I usually put them. And it's easy. I just ignore it when people try and play those games with me. Yeah, they never are. Or if they are, then that's a really bad sign. That's a really bad sign that something has gone very, very wrong. Yeah. Yeah, leadership is. I agree. Yes. Yeah. Hmm. That's why. That's why we should have lotteries to determine our world leaders. Just every year. Yeah. Man, I'm a little bit. Never. There's a part of me that really wants to get back into filmmaking and wants to start making movies again. Yeah. Yeah. Like, there's a part of me that wants to get back into filmmaking and start making movies again, but I can't stand the attitudes that some filmmakers have, where it's partly. I love when it goes right. Never. It's a really a fun experience. When filmmaking goes right and you get the right people and everybody's in it together, it's a really great experience. But when it goes wrong and everybody's miserable and angry, it's fucking miserable. I just hate it. Like what I yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, I've had more wrong than right experiences, and usually the problem. Usually, I don't know. I don't know if this is your. Well, especially for us, I don't know exactly your exact level of filmmaking, but especially for like in the lower region, like lower indies, what you get are these guys who are like egomaniacs, who like I'm not talking about somebody in specific at all, who like who write garbage level material, and like they want to direct, star in it, and they this is their excuse to boss everybody around, and they get to pretend to be like a big star, who they get to be the big star for a minute, and it's like it's so exhausting dealing with these people. That's mostly been my experience. Yeah, and they scream at you all the time, which frustrates me, because it's like, what the fuck are we doing? Because it's like you read like 3 stories wrong about Stanley Kubrick, and you're like, yeah, the way to make a good movie is to scream at everybody all the time. Yeah. I once got screamed at for clapping wrong. I once got screamed at for clapping wrong on a movie. Because you know what I was doing? Yeah. It was stupid. Stupid. Because I was actually trying to act. I was like, okay, I'm listening to the... So I was like, I was doing this. I'm listening to a guy, I'm going like... And then he says something, and they're like, oh! Very nice, very nice. And they're like, Sean, you're trying to steal focus. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm like going... And, like, you're trying to steal focus. Get out of the shot. Sucked, anyways. The movie. And like, there's a little part of me that wants to prove them wrong. Like, well, they ended up using my shot anyway, so clearly it wasn't as big a deal as they thought it was. Because I saw the finished. I saw the finished product. You couldn't really see, like, you didn't, if you didn't know I was there, you wouldn't notice me. Like, I was in the back. It was ridiculous. He was just being an egotist, because he used the shot I was in. Yeah, it was stupid. It was stupid, and it was trite, and it was him just trying to be a big deal. Partly because, anyways. So there's a real like deep seated part of me that is like, I gotta make my own movie and prove these idiots wrong. Because I'm tired of working for like morons who don't know what they're doing. Yeah. Well, it's important. The filmmaking process is really important because it's about screaming at people, so it gives you an excuse to scream at people, and that makes you seem like a genius. Yeah. It's not that It's not that I want to prove an idiot wrong. I want to prove that my method could work better. That I know what I'm doing. Because the amount of because I would get lectures from people who don't know what they're doing, going like, "Well, you have to do that." I don't know, man. That feels like part of art is trying to prove things to dumb people. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You win. No, I wouldn't say that never, because you know what I want is money. I would never say that never, because what I wanted was money. And that's what I would get. But it would be incredibly frustrating to sit there and... Okay, never. So it's incredibly frustrating to sit there and explain to people how to make a movie good, and then to be blatantly ignored. And there's a part of me, I need to do it just to like show that it that I it's just I would come up with these things. Yes, exactly. Like, oh my god, like never. I had to explain how microphones work to one guy. This one guy never. I had to explain how microphones work. And what focusing is. Yeah. Well, but the thing is, never he'll yell. Yeah. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. I was given the camera. And you know, if you've ever had a camera, you kind of just kind of. I was given the camera, and I did never, but sometimes it's hard. You can't quite disconnect. Yes, but okay. Here's the thing. He screams. He would. This guy I'm talking about specifically would scream at me every time. Anything would go wrong. So I particularly hate him. Like there was this one point. At one point, I was filming something, and I had changed the focus. And I changed the focus, and he's like, "Well, why is it different now?" And I'm like, "Well, I changed the focus so we could see you." "Well, change it back to normal." And I'm like, "You can't change it back to normal. There's no normal. It just changes as you work." I had to explain to him that no, we can't just use a... Oh my god. I had to explain to this idiot that no, we cannot just use a copyrighted song. I was hired to do camera work. The least I could do is like keep him in focus. That's part of my job. Never. That was part of my job. Well, because he kept wanting to use it, and I was like, "Well, we can't use it." And he says, "Well, why is that?" And I was like, I explained, "Why is that?" I said, "Well, you can't use copyright. It was like a Prince song or something." And I said, and the funniest thing is never. He said, "Well, I'll have to talk to my lawyer about that. We'll see if that's true. I think it was a Prince song, if I remember correctly. Well, I'll have to talk to my lawyer about that. Never, by the way, you should know I did tell him to fuck off. Yeah, but he has no money, never. It didn't matter if it was a Prince song. He couldn't use any song. He has no money. Well, I was willing to work with him again, but I had some requirements. Well, I didn't say fuck off. What happened was I was willing to work with him again, but I had some requirements, and one of them was that I wanted him. There was okay. So one of my problems with him is he never brings a tripod anywhere, and this doesn't sound like a big deal, but what he wants me to do is stand in one. He doesn't like the camera moving. Which isn't necessarily a big problem, but he wants me to stand still in one area for hours, just holding. Because he was paying me. Never. He was paying me. It was money. Anyways. Standing still, holding the camera for hours at a time. Also, he doesn't like close-ups because he thinks it makes him look fat. So we could only film far away. He was that's what he was spending all the money on. He was paying everybody, and then he had no money to do anything else. Because if he had real like funding, we wouldn't have been doing some of the things we were doing. He would just pay people to do stuff, and then that would be it. But he also doesn't like, okay, he doesn't know how to like properly organize a film set shoot, because he would have like 5 or 6 people just he would pay anyway. Okay, so he would have like 5 or 6 people on set all day, and they would have like 2 lines. They would have like 2 or 3 scenes like a few hours in, and it's like a proper film set that would never happen. You would have this sit down, and you would have this sit down and organized, and you would have people come in only for a few hours to do their lines. But he doesn't really have he doesn't necessarily do a script. Anyways, what was I saying? So he doesn't like close-ups, and he doesn't like tripods. So I had to stand there for hours on end holding a camera like this. Couldn't move, couldn't do anything. Well, we went through some of the worst fucking worst fucking writing I've ever heard. And it's bad in the way that, like, there's a part of me that wants to make a video about it, because it really taught me what bad writing truly is. But, so anyways, but I was kind of willing to work with him again. But I had some requirements, and one of them was that I wanted him to bring I wanted him to hire somebody else, because he was just using me as a camera person, and I wanted him to hire somebody else so we could have like a guy to operate the boom mic. Because this is another thing, he doesn't like boom mics. He doesn't like boom mics, so we had to use nothing but in-camera sound for everything. And do you remember when I said we had to use in-camera sound, and he doesn't want to do close-ups? So it'd be like 50 feet away. No! Never! He doesn't do ADR. I said we could just do... I said we could do ADR. He says he doesn't like that. I know, never. I said, well, why don't we just do ADR then? And it's like... Because I was like, we don't... Like, because I was like, honestly, I was thinking, like, the dialogue is so bad. Let's just have them do peas and carrots, and then we can come up with better dialogue later. But he also doesn't like ADR. Never. Every bad decision you could think of, he'll do. So anyways, I wanted to bring in somebody I knew. I wanted to bring in a guy I had met who knew how to film stuff. Money, never! Money! I was doing this for money! Yes, he's... Oh my god, the story... I have so many stories about this dude. Money... Well, it didn't... It became not worth it pretty quickly. Anyways, so... I decided... You can. I decided I would work with him again if he met a few requirements of mine. And I had 2. I wanted him to bring in a second crew member. And 2, I wanted him to guarantee a tripod. He would bring in a tripod, so I wouldn't have to hold the camera for hours still again. So we got to talking, and I brought up the second person. The second person was a little bit hard. The thing was, I was gonna, the second person. But what really, like, broke the difference was, I said, okay, so are we gonna bring a tripod? He said, well, I don't know. I don't know if we should bring a tripod. I don't know if that's really my style. And I said, are we going to bring a tripod, yes or no? He said, well, I don't know. Are we going to bring a tripod? I don't know. Well, maybe I don't know. I said, yes or no, then I said, yes or no, or I walk. Are we going to bring a tripod? And he goes, yeah, I don't know. And then I said, fuck it, I quit. Never talk to me again. I hung up on him and blocked his number.
I hung up on him, blocked his number, and that was it. I never talked to him again after that. Yeah, you were here that day when I had that discussion with him. The thing was, what was ridiculous, never. What was ridiculous is I had a tripod. If he was being cheap and didn't want to buy a tripod, I could have just brought my own tripod. I would have brought it free of charge. Free of charge. He wouldn't have had to spend any money. I could have just brought my own. I have a professional film grade tripod. Yeah. Oh, guys, I have so many stories about this. And part of the reason why I wanted a second person there was frankly, I wanted somebody else to deal. I wanted somebody else who could run interference with him. Yeah, they just have tripods up here. It's right there. It's right there in the corner. It wasn't. I agree with you. It was cool initially to get paid because I had done work before for free for people, and it was cool that he was paying decent money, not bad money too. So, but I was just like, because it's like he wouldn't even answer one question. Never. He wouldn't even answer one question. The only thing I regret not saying is he asked me what I thought about his movies, and I regret holding my tongue. Because I like, the truth of it is, I wanted to say what I really thought, that these are terrible. Nobody would watch these. I don't know why you're doing this. Because here's the thing, I had a secret plan, because he had some money. I had a secret plan that I was going to try and get him to fund my movie. I was going to have him like be a I was going to have him be like a secret. I was going to have him be a silent partner. But oh my god, dudes, I don't know. But it's that experience that it's like, that was such a shitty experience working with him. And it's like, I know I could do better. It would be so much easier to do better than him. It's ridiculous how much easier I could do than him. It's what drove me up a wall is like, I know all this stuff, and for some reason I'm not being listened to. Oh, it was so frustrating. Like, I went to school for this, and I have to listen to this fucking idiot. Just this fucking idiot prattle. Anyways. Okay, first day Oh, I have so many stories with this guy. Did I ever tell you about the first day I had to work for him? Okay, did I ever tell you the story about the first day I worked for him? The first day, what he made me do? Okay, so it's like 8 o'clock at night. The shoot is at 6 in the morning, I think. 6 or 7 in the morning. And I'm about to go to bed because I want to wake up early to drive to the shoot. He calls me at 8 and starts screaming not screaming. He starts like going, well, we need to meet up to talk beforehand. I'm like, really? Yeah, we need to meet up to talk beforehand. This is important. And he picks a Starbucks, which is like an hour and a half away from my house. So late in the night, I have to drive to a Starbucks because of like some important meeting. And you know what he wanted me to do? He wanted me to sign a fucking release, so I wouldn't talk about his movie. That's all he wanted me to do.
And I had to drive an hour and a half to meet him in the middle of the night. See, his worst trait is he's paranoid. He's paranoid that like people will try and steal like his footage or his movie or blow his big thing or like thing. So he has this obsessive like lockdown, and it's the funniest thing in the world because he's bad. It's his movies are bad and nobody would want them. Yeah, can't do that. Bad, by the way, can't do that right before the shoot. Doesn't take me 5 minutes before the fucking shoot to do that. No, 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 no. Need to do that several hours beforehand in the middle of the night. Yes. I almost quit that day, but I was like, I want the money. Yeah. Exactly. Why did I need to sign it that early that night? I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know, Bat. I should have quit then. It was ridiculous that I didn't quit then, but nope, I wanted the money. Okay, so they are. Yeah, the one cool thing about the job is, I'll throw this out. There's one cool thing about that job is that he somehow, he's probably, I think he's just friends with these people who own this like exotic car like dealership, and we got to film there, and that was really cool because there was like a lot of these weird, strange cars from like there was like race cars from Japan there that are. It was really cool. It was just kind of cool to see them, and so I took a picture of one because I was like, oh, that's a cool car, and then he starts screaming at me, "You have to delete that picture! You have to delete that picture!" Because I took a picture of a car he does not own, in a business he's not part of. Yeah. Okay, so the funniest part about him is I don't care. I'm gonna shit on him because fuck him. Okay, so this isn't a judgment on him. But this does play into his some of the issues with his movies. So English is not his first language. He's not a native English speaker, and that's fine. That's fine. But the problem comes into the fact that his movies are in English for the most part. But he does. So what happens is, he's Chinese. So what happens is, okay. But what happens is, what he does is he writes the script in Chinese, and then he'll explain it to people in English. And these people will have, and then they have to sort of interpret what he's saying. So it's one of the. So none of the dialogue is good because we're playing like these two games of chicken. Yeah. I think he was born in China because he really does struggle to like speak
not struggle. He's fluent. He's fluent, but yeah. But he's not. Yeah, he it's just, so. Yeah. Yeah. No. No, he can't. Yeah. I actually don't know that term, the ABCs. Yeah, but so he can't speak English all that well. He can't write English all that well. Fresh. Oh yeah. So what he does is he'll write the script. He doesn't let anybody see the script. That's a whole another thing. This is an argument I got in, not an argument, but I was like, I should probably see the script so I know I can plan out a shoot. We can help plan the shoot. And he's like, no, you don't see the script. I kind of guessed that's what it was. No, you're not allowed to see the script because you know what he's paranoid of. Never is like people will leak the script. Like anybody cares about the script. Well, to be fair, I am of the opinion that there is a certain audience for these sorts of for his movie, but it's not the one he wants. But I'll anyway. So he doesn't let anybody ever see the script. That's the first part. Pretty much, yeah. He doesn't let anybody ever see his scripts, and he doesn't even show like the actors the script. He'll just kind of sit there and he'll explain what he wants, like in the scene. Very much so. Yeah, and okay, so I'm trying to explain how these scenes work because they all follow a similar rhythm. And let me explain. Okay, like take this pencil. Take this pencil. How these scenes would work, and they're all pretty much the same scene. Is this? He said, okay, we're gonna do a scene about this pencil. We're gonna do a scene about this pencil, and the scene would be like, yeah, it's very important that this is a good pencil. This is very important that it's a good pencil, and it's done well. It's a good pencil, and we show that it's good business. Yes, unlike the other guys who are doing bad pencils, we are doing good pencils, and we'll show them how it is good with pencils, and then we'll bring in, and we'll do a campaign, and we'll bring in a lot of celebrities and influencers to show that this is a good pencil. This remote. We'll do a good remote. We'll show them that this is a good remote. Unlike other companies who are being lazy and doing bad remotes, this is going to be a good remote, and we'll show them. And it's a good remote, and we'll show them, and we'll bring in celebrities and influencers. Fine, for half the scenes we shot were that exact same premise. He would just find something kind of interesting in the He would just find something interesting in the like an interesting bit of a thing in like the shot, and just go like, we'll do this. And it'll just be that over and over again. Those were half the scenes. I do though, never. I do, because I think I could do a much better job. I do. I'm certain I can. If that guy can make a movie, I should. Yeah. Yeah. If that guy can make a movie, well, we'll see. I don't have any great ideas, but I'm pretty sure I could make a better movie than him. Yeah. I will. I just don't have a good idea yet. I've told this story to a few people before, and they suggested that I should just make this movie. But I don't know. Like, do a movie about this. Because I do have... There's more stories. There's more stories. But there's more story... Because it's just in... He's kind of... Okay, I'll throw this out there. He's kind of a Tommy Wiseau figure in a lot of ways. Oh, never. I haven't even told you the best part. Well, there's so many best parts, but one of the funnier parts was he is. We weren't making one movie. We were making 3 movies at once.
Okay, so and one of them was like this office thing, like this corporate office thing that was incomprehensible to follow. Uh, and it seemed to repeat the same scene over and over again. The other one, Never and Bat, was an action movie. Oh, yeah, an action film where he got to be a badass secret, like, investigator guy or cop or something. I don't know. Now, does he have the physique of an action hero? No, of course not. He's a pudgy middle-aged man. He's a pudgy middle-aged man who clearly works at an office. Now, is he in better shape than me? Yes. Is he in great shape? No. Is he believable as a badass? No. Because, there's certain actors, even if they're not necessarily in shape. Well, I had committed Never, and it was we were halfway through. I had committed Never, and we were halfway through the shoot. I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have left. I wouldn't have left halfway through a shoot. Yeah, that's just me being. That's professionalism. And even when I cursed him out, I made sure to call him a week before our shooting, so he would have enough time to secure another guy. Because frankly, he didn't need me. And what I mean by that is if he bear he barely needed he just needs somebody to hold the camera. He doesn't need somebody who can do cinematography. You know what I mean? And I want to make another movie. I want to make another movie like the way I want to make them. But I just don't. I have an idea, but it's. I don't know. I need. Sure. That's a. That's a bigger question. I mean, there's a part of me that kind of wants to make a movie about this because it was a because never it sucked while I was going through it, but it's pretty funny to recount it. It's a funny story to talk about now. I was very annoyed. I was very unhappy when I was doing it, but now that it's over with, I find it very funny. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's different though. Well, yeah, because you're still going. Yeah, that's different because it's like this is like a real job, and it's not like this was just a temporary gig for me. Yeah, and you should. Yeah, that's one of these terrible things I hate about society is that it's like it's always the person who defended themselves that is the actual one in trouble. Have you ever noticed that? It's like instead of it's the like the people who do stuff like always people are always like, oh, why did you complain about that? Why did you complain about that? Just get over it. And I was like, well, they were being assholes. Yeah. But this is just this sounds like it's just a temporary gig though. Yeah. So, well, that's good then. Oh, no, it's annoying and shitty while you're going. Yeah, it's annoying and shitty that you're going through it, but it's good that it's going to be over. It's not like you have to deal with this for the rest of your life. Yeah, that sucks. No, that's good. Nobody does. What time is it? Ooh, it's almost 12. Yeah, I'm fine. Let's see. Thanks. Yeah. I haven't drawn for a few days, which I feel really bad about. So I'm just trying to get back into the fray of it. Uh. Oh, I always think about others. Never. Usually it's good things. You can't live your life. You can't live your life alone. Oh, very nice. Oh. Yeah, that's a good place for them. Uh, Speaking of which, are you following my newsletter? How are you finding? How are you getting any responses? Oh, there it is, right there. Haha, thank you, Nightbot. Oh, that's cool. Very nice. Well, you should then. Or then don't. Yes, don't. Ah. Someday I need to do some superhero fiction. I've been meaning to. I do have an idea for a superhero fiction series, but I don't got. Yeah, I think I have an idea that might be decently an original take, decently an original take on it that I don't think people have tried before. But
I'm just kind of in my fantasy. I'm kind of in a fantasy mode right now. So I always try and make sure if I'm writing something to like. Yeah, I will at some point write some superhero stuff, but you know me never. With me I make sure I read for the genres to get for a genre to get really hot, and then I wait for it to get a little cooler and a little cooler, and by the time I'm ready to strike, everybody's sick of a genre and nobody wants to read about it anymore. That's when I move in. Pretty much. Exactly. I do too. I have an idea. I have a take. The thing is, I have an idea. I have a take, but I don't have like a story to surround it with yet. Yep, that's why superhero is a really good genre for that reason. It's a very versatile genre. Well, yeah, that's why superhero rules because you could simultaneously do sci-fi, spy. Yeah, war, crime. It can be pretty much anything. All you need is a costume person running around. It can even be space. Techno thriller. Mm-hmm. Can be set in almost any. Yep. Superhero goes with most genres. Even hint where my mind is at the moment. Regency era dramas. By the way, I only ever feel confident talking about this guy I worked with in these streams because I always wait like hours in to bring him up, so I know nobody is really going to watch these. That the only people that are going to hear them are the people that are here right now because it's like nobody's going to watch these for like 5 hours or 4 hours. What is this, like 4 hours? What a bit. Well, I was about to go to sleep too, but then a friend of mine popped up, and I want to make sure to say hi to them. I might take a break and get a little bit of a snack, but I'm gonna take a break at 4 hours. Okay, get a bit of a snack. And by that I mean that's in 11 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, it's not like I was gonna fall asleep anyways anytime soon.
Do do do. Ah. What happened to the? Don't do that. Sorry, I'm just watching something funny. Yes, I am. I'm just tired. Okay. Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, Lele, I'm giving you half an hour or more. If you're not.
Okay, I think I'm gonna call it here. Good seeing everybody again. Well, I'm gonna try and do these more often. Get back to the thing. Okay, bye.